It's supposed to have this screen on. I'm not ready yet. How's the music? I think it's a bit low. How you doing? Good evening. Good morning. Good afternoon. Something like that. I don't know where you are, so it's one of those. Okay, so I wasn't supposed to stream at this hour, but I woke up at 2 a.m. There's this crazy pollen in the air where I live. So I woke up itching and I had to have a shower and then, it just I just I just woke up. And so I was thinking, yeah, whatever, let's just do some stuff. This is the last day. Uh Today's the deadline. I need to finish this. I don't know if I can, but one step at a time. I'm gonna try and do these two things right now. And maybe if I start getting too tired, I'll get in bed and do another stream later on in the afternoon or something. How you been? Okay. I gotta fix the flip normal situation and save all the edge loops needed for the modifiers. Okay, let's start with this bad boy. Which is somewhere in here. Okay, so flip faces, that's the one. I'm gonna just bring the same code here to the left because I got these flip faces in two places. One is here in mesh surface from curve. I don't know if you noticed, but I stopped using VS Code for a while. I stopped coding for a while, and then when I came back, I noticed that they did this. They placed the function where you in up there, and this is so bloody useful. I don't know who had this idea, but he's a god. I love him. Or her. Right. So on the update, we got reverse faces. And on the creation, we have reverse faces as well. Maybe they're just reversing twice or something. I don't know. We'll see. Let's open up Blender with a live link and see what we can do. So the last 2 hours, I was just doing some stream stuff, improving the stream. I like to improve the stream every now and then. So I added these little reminders for my YouTube and my Discord that pop up every now and then. All right. So we'll create a surface. And if I edit, create, update. That was most noticeable using the solidify modifier, right? Well, this is not a modifier. This is a custom solidify that I've done yesterday, right? So, okay, here we go. The auto update kind of flips the faces without And if I come here and I flip and unflip, so is this the only way to reproduce this? And then I come out of it and oh my god, what is going on? This is strange. Let me not have this here and see what happens. Maybe there's something in the the solidify operation that does that. Okay, so here the solidify operation is done. What? There I use a function and here I use all this. Ah, because I'm only applying it to those faces. And there I'm applying it to all faces. Or not. Ah, no. Here I'm just grabbing the face. Okay. Here I'm just grabbing the faces. And saving them so that I can delete them on that one. So I do apply it to all the faces. Just like I do here. I apply it to all the faces. So it's weird that it's not working in the same way. This is not doing anything. So flip faces, solidify. Should I? Doesn't make sense to flip faces after the solidify, right? Or does it? Let's see if that fixes it. Let's place flip faces after the solidify operation. Oh, it's the same file. Same behavior. I go in here and it flips it. They're coming from the same place. Strange. Shall I forcefully flip the faces when I go into auto update? It's like cheating, in it? And it's one extra operation, but it's... Let's see if that fixes it. Just curiosity here. Still don't think that I should do the flip faces before this operation. Yeah, this is the result if I do that. That tells me that it's not actually the... But the thing is, if I flip the faces, let me do this again. If I'm doing this, I might as well bring this guy up here. Let's try that again. What failed? Right. Right, so create surface, everything is fine like that. Auto update mesh, everything is fine like that. If I remove auto update mesh, stays the same. All right, let's flip the faces. Create surface, it's fine. Auto update mesh, now it flips it. Of course. Why? As soon as I go into there, it flips the faces, but why? It must be something else. It can't be this. It can't be this. I bet it's the same issue, the same problem we had before. Something inside of this function. If, well, let's find out, right? Yep. It's something in there. Nope. No, it's not. No, it's not. Hmm. These guys aren't being used. Delete extruded faces. Strange. Very strangerino. I can't just uncomment that because it would be a mess. My God, how am I gonna fix this? Let me look into this. Solidify faces. Hmm. And I am using Solidify. I mean, is it the same thing with extrude? I mean, it kind of feels that if I just flip the faces, it would fix it. What? But I tried it and it doesn't. Right? It's like it does, like it works, blah blah blah. But if the user has a flip faces on, right, and I go into there, then it doesn't work. Okay. This is cheating, but I could do this, right? I could do this. And then it just flips. Oh my god. But that's the same thing as not having anything in there, right? Might as well remove this from the update. I think that's probably the solution, is just to remove it. If this works, removing it is gonna do the job. If I flip faces, I come out of it and it's still the same thing. So that would be the same as just removing this, because the faces have already been reversed before. And I did this for nothing. So let me just, without flip faces? No. What the That's so bizarre. With flip faces? All right, so all I have to do is just flip the faces either way. Now if they flip faces, hey, it works. Nice, sorted. I don't know why. I my brain just doesn't understand that. All right, that's done. Let's get that out of the list. The very extremely organized list that I have here, with just one thing left here. Um, this is for version 3.1. Okay, let's just do this stuff. All right, so next is save all the edge loops needed for the modifiers. Right. All right. So boom, boom, boom. That entails a lot more than just that phrase leads to believe. Okay. Okay. Very okay. What do we have right now? What do we have right now? What vertex groups do we have? And what vertex groups do we want? So we got all boundary edges, which probably makes more sense as if we're in edge mode. All right, so those are all the boundary edges. Kind of helpful, but I'd like to have them separate. But is that what is it? No, this is one side. I mean, this becomes the boundary edge if in certain situations. And that's that side. Then we got the extruded. Which has got nothing in there. All right, I come with this selection because that was the extruded. So extruded. Oh, it's got nothing in there because of the that's kind of helpful. Yeah, sure. What? All right. So why was it? Because of the edit, the auto update. But when I release auto update, it should be the same thing as pressing create surface. Um, it's not. Well, we can make that happen. This way we don't have to recreate any vertex groups. Yeah, I think that's the best solution. All right, so do I try to recreate any vertex groups here? No, I don't see anything here in the update function. Okay, so what I'll do is make sure that when the user stops updating the mesh, we create it. So here, update, when update is true, I run mesh from surface. When it's false, I run the creation. So let's run the creation at the end of the operation. And the end of the operation is when you toggle this operator off and we remove the depth graph. So all we have to do is update the mesh with false, right? Was it false? Right? When it is false, it creates again. Okay, so that we make sure that those vertex groups get created. And if extruded edge words, okay, so yeah. All right, and now it's just creating the proper groups that we want so that we can use the modifiers later on in a better way. All right, so let's try that out. I'll edit the curve. I'll go into my auto update, leave my auto update, leave this mode, get in here, and see what is this. Extruded. Deselect. Oh, that is not that. Right. Select this. Nothing selected. Okay. Why don't I just Alt Z instead of looking at it like that, like an idiot? Okay, so that is that side. This is this side. This is all around. And this is nothing. And if I create surface, once I create surface, I got this selected. All right. Let's deselect and see what is this. Okay, so it's not the same thing. How is that possible? Am I not running it? I didn't save the bloody thing, did I? Idiot. Okay. Okay. Check one more time. Deselect everything. Select these guys. So it gives me that. This gives me that. This gives me that. And this gives me the back. So we got the back. And we got the front. Back and front. That's not very helpful in this case. I'd like to have these guys, right? Keep in mind, these are vertex groups. So vertexes, not edges. So I could use this to bevel this. The problem is, then what? If I select these one as well, it will select all those edges there as well. And then when you bevel, you're going to be beveling all these edges here. And you don't want that. You just want to, in reality, you just want to grab these loop here. Grab these loop, grab the back loop, and grab the corners. Can't vertex groups select just like edges instead of verts? It's a pain in the butt, isn't it? I guess I could. Could do this manually. Or how do I do this? Let me try something. What happens if I select that edge and then these edge? I don't know, I mean, right, these outer edges, and place them in a new group. See, when I select, it selects everything in between as well, which is fucking ridiculous. Is it not? It's not. I mean, it makes sense because it's selecting verts. It's not selecting the edges. I can create, instead of using vertex groups, I can just create my own selection and use a BMesh bevel or something like that. I could do that. It's just that I wanted to make these accessible for the operators. Otherwise, you would have to use a bevel for the front and a bevel for the back. So, for example, we got these here, which is the front, these here, which is the back, and possibly, I don't know how we would get these ones, but let's add a modifier and see what we can do, what happens. So, bevel modifier. Uh, weight is not a bad option, right? Weight is not a bad option. Mean bevel weight. Edge data, vertex data. Hang on a second. Edge data and vertex data. All right. Maybe I'm just ignorant about this. Let me just remove this group here. Select this group with that edge and how do I assign just the edges? Because this now is kind of making me think of using this this information on the edge instead, right? But I'd like to assign this to a new group and see what happens. Oh, we know what happens. Yeah, but as soon as I add another one, this happens. So I'm thinking maybe use edge data instead of vertex data because it's the edges that we want to capture, right? So I could let the user select how much bevel they would want here and there. Hang on. And this way you could use bevel weight. Let's say we add this bevel weight there. And now we go to our right. And here they can control that using the bevel weight edge data. I think this is the way to go. Okay, so if I come here, I would like not to see it happening here. And I change the bevel weight there. I get a bevel there as well. I could use crease as well. My question is, how am I going to make this available to the user? Because I'm starting to, it starts to feel like I'm gonna have a huge list. Front edges, back edges, side edge B, side edge A, blah, 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 blah. Maybe just limit it to what matters. Um, the outside edges, bevel weight, and give the user that option. I think it's much better than these than vertex groups. It comes here, bevel weight pops up in here. Geometry data. Right. I need to use the toilet. It's gonna be a little bit. Something like 10 minutes. Sorry about that. I'll be right back. I think that's what we're gonna go with. All right. Can we, would you crease and bevel at the same time? Would you do that? Oh, I only have that one there. Okay. Let me grab these here. So bevel weight 0, mean crease. Well, the mean crease is only going to be visible if I have a subdivision surface on it, right? Crease, bevel, and crease. Yes, you would crease and bevel at the same time. Yes, get those sharp edges like that, right? Okay, so what I'm thinking is have a float vector property. Let me just have a float vector property that deals with outer edges. And the extruded edges, which would be the ones back there. These ones back here. All right, that song was really low level. This one is really loud. Did I change the? No, okay. So a float vector property that would give you the access to the front, the back edges, and the corners, both for bevel and crease, right? Around here somewhere between these guys. Yeah, let's do that. And still, and probably still leave the some of these vertex groups. But in terms of vertex groups, I don't know if the ones we have are actually that useful. I don't know. You got boundary edges. Select. Choose this. All right. We got extruded outer edges, which is this. Cool. Would we really want these sides here? I guess. I mean, because with that, you could just come here and deselect this one and deselect that one. And yes, I was hoping we had like top and bottom one like there. Now, because we're dealing with curves, another thing that just popped to mind, if I edit the curve, each curve point has weight and radius, right? And tilt. And perhaps that could control. And if I select the whole thing, we got weight and radius, which it doesn't do anything if you don't have geometry applied to it. But it does if you do. And the mean radius. We could use this to drive the other values. Perhaps. And that way it would be a bit more intuitive, I guess. But then you would just have control over where the splines are. I think the first option that we're looking at, it's probably the best option for now. And it's not that hard to do. So the mesh already has information that I'm saving, which is the extruded faces. Which doesn't help me at all if I really think about it. But it has information about the verts that make up the splines, the spline edges. But this is still a viable thing. Selecting the edge and using this weight value to add weight for the for that edge, that specific edge. Then you can select to have a bevel there. But then we would have a conflict where we would need to average out the mean weight that you have on the spline with the weight that you would have on that vector property that I was mentioning. And here we could possibly use the radius for the crease, but it would be a bit weird, I guess. For the user to be messing with radius and actually touching crease. Okay, we have to make a decision. The decision is made. Let's do the edges, the outer edges that I was talking about. The front, the back, and the corners, all in one vector property. Let's do that vector property right now. So I've already saved the. Let's start with this. Let's start with the vector property. Edges, bevel, weight, and we'll have edges, crease. What's it called? It's bevel weighty and crease. Just crease. It's fine. Okay, so uh, float vector property. Because this way you can have multiple values. Size will be 3. Default 000. Minimum 0. Maximum 1. That's right. Precision. I'm not gonna worry about that at the moment. I'm just thinking, how can I use a vector property in the menu that shows up with different names for each vector? There is a type for this. Yeah, I'll need a description, but there is a type. Hang on. What's it called? It's not called. It's subtype. That's right. Subtype. I mean, what subtypes do we have? I'll just go to the documentation. It's easier. Okay, we got color, translation, direction, velocity, acceleration, matrix, Euler, Euler, axis, angle, X, Y, Z. Possibly layer. Factor. Factor is not even one of them, is it? No. Okay, let's put this in the menu and see what we get. Let me just place this in the menu. Where's the menu? The main panel. Where would we place this? Between solidify and smooth, I guess. So here. Do I want it in a row? Let's see what that does first. Okay, so it gives me 3 of them like that. Okay, that's not really what I want. Is there by any chance, a prop? I think I'm gonna ask Uncle Google to help me out with this one. Let me see if he's asking the right question here. Because I put it in a row, it showed up different. I want it to show up like this, but I have individual labels per. Per. First, let's see what shows up there if I put it in a call instead of. I got bevel weight and I got this, and that's because it's type layer, subtype layer. Options, tags. Could it be tags that do that? I don't even know if it's possible to do that. I can always just add the individual float properties, which if I, which might be the solution here. See if I use, let me try layer member. Yeah, same thing. I get the same thing, same result. Um, See if I put coordinates, I get XYZ there. Uh, Maybe I have to put none or layer or something like that. And let me come back here and see what tags is. Options, even, oh no. Override, property override flag items, okay. Make the property editable in library overrides. No, that's not what I want. Uh, we got subtypes, we got unit. Where are the tags? Tags. Enumerator of tags that are defined by parent class. No, don't feel like that's it. It's a set. Let me just try it. We don't lose anything in trying it. Instead of doing that, I'll say he's showing up with that. I doubt that's that. It doesn't give me examples on it. It is a set, right? Let me just. It would be good if we did something like this and it showed up there. Enable failure, BPI struck curve shape, registration error, bevel weight, float cannot register, see previous. No, this is tags from the parent class. That's not gonna work. Well, that means I have to do what I didn't want it to do. I was hoping that I could do this with just one property, one float vector property. Unless the trick is in here, in this prop. Expand, toggle event, full event index. You can value for checkbox. I doubt it, because there's a lot of different types of props as well. We got prop decorator, for example. What is this? Yeah, not much information there. Enium. This would be for an enium, obviously. For a search thing, tabs, enium. Pop over. Yeah, I think I'm just wasting time. I'm just wasting time. Let's forget about it. Let's do individual ones. I didn't want it to do it, but it's going to be a float property. Default now is just a float, not a list. Maximum is 1, minimum, bevel weight of boundary edges. Let's get rid of that ugliness. And these would be, there's no size here. Yeah, there's no size. These will need, just like the other ones, it will need to update the mesh. Which means it needs to be below there. It needs to be in mesh geometry section. So let's say bevel weight B for boundaries. Then we'll do a C for corners and E for extruded. C for corners, bevel weight. Extruded. Extruded / solidified. And then E. I'll change the names later. Bevel weight, extruded, solidified edges. And these would be E for extruded or solidified, whatever. So bevel, I'll have a title saying bevel weight like I have here. And so these guys don't need to have bevel in the name. They can just have boundary, corners, extruded. E dot corners, extruded corners. Uh, extruded corners, right? It makes sense, yeah. Okay. Okay, now we gotta put everything in a column. So mesh props. We start. We don't need text because we already have text in the property. This is a slider, but I think it's gonna pop up as a slider. So first is the boundary edges, I guess. Then I think the extruded edges and extruded corners. I think that makes sense. Everything in a column. Um, does the separator have a title? Can I have a title? No, it wouldn't make sense to have a separator. Let's make a label. But this is going to be part of that column. I think I need to create a new column, right? And call this call to. Because if I do this, it doesn't even show up. Oh, it doesn't because I didn't save this. But yeah, we would get something like that. But I want a new column, which would be column 2, so that we can do call 2 equals call right? Is that it? It's not a row because a row it's like it's horizontal. Do I do it through the layout? How do I start a column? How do I do a column? I keep copying this stuff and then I don't know how to do it. So here you have, she's a layout box. Where is the column created? Column. Column. But I need to add it to the previous call, I think. Exactly, and I should give it a title. Adding bevel weights. And now we get this. So imagine you just want to bevel everything. You can just select all this and do it in one go. I'm just wondering, when I select an edge here, the bevel weight goes from 0 to 1, yeah? Just that, okay. Crease the same thing, right? Okay. So that's what I want. Okay, so you got bevel weights. You know what? This is starting to be like quite huge. I would like to have both bevels and creases, perhaps inside of a drop down. Or maybe just mesh geometry inside of but for that I think I need a different class. She's a bummer. Let me quickly, I think if I ask Uncle Google, it'll tell me really quickly. foldable. Collapsible panel, that's it. Let me see if they put let's see if I can understand this. So he's got a row prop, a prop in a row with an icon and an if statement after that. Ah, okay. Inside that icon, there's an if statement. Icon only, true, emboss false. And then if object expanded. That doesn't make any sense to me. I need something that makes sense to me fast. Yeah, this is what I was saying for like mesh geometry, and then modifiers, having them like this. But I know that this is individual classes. This is individual panels. But what I'm looking for, it's not that. It's this. It's this right here. Which is individual classes as well. Sure, of course. Using BL parent ID. Yeah. So he's got BL parent ID here for another class. Oh well, it's not that hard to do, I guess. Right? Just do another class. It's getting pretty big file anyway. Um, actually, BL parent ID would be for the new class that I'm about to create, right? Let me check this. Space type, region type, label, parent ID. Type, region type. label and parent ID. I'll move this into another file eventually. Um, I don't think I should need a poll if I already have if I have a parent here. Right. What's happening? Why is this moving around? Um, I think all I have to do now is just register it. And how do I place it? In oh look, it shows up in here like that. Right. Of course, I don't want it to show up in there. How do I place it in the right space? I guess by having different panels and just using that system instead. Do I have a index or something or? Yeah, I could have just saw the look at the source of other add-ons instead of coming to Google. Okay, BL order. They appear in the order that they're registered. There's a couple ways of handling that. Oh, but he doesn't mention them. Should be like a prop that does that. It's weird that it has to be done like this. I want this inside of that box. Uh, Subclassing? No. I don't like this. I think the best thing to do is, as you can see this panel here, right? We could have multiple panels. One for each thing. I don't know if I want that. I don't know if I want that. You know what? This is going to take a lot of time. I think that kind of organization can be left for another version. Yeah, I can't be wasting time with this right now. I think these like this is fine. Sure, mesh geometry is going to have a lot of stuff, but I think just making mesh geometry into one individual panel and then modifiers into another the individual panel, I think that's the way to go. For example, here, if I don't have the parent, uh, it went into MISC, but it gives me a new panel. It went into MISC because I didn't say where I wanted to have this. This one, you see, got PL order that I could use. So what's missing? The category. So if I put it in category, and you can see now it comes up here. And I'll probably change this, but we'll do three different panels. So I want to do this one first. What? That's strange. Isn't it supposed to be in the order of registration? I was registering it later. Strange. Perhaps I do need BL order, right? So let's make this the first panel. BL order 0. This is obviously going to be changed, the name of this panel, and going into its own file as well. So it doesn't have a name. Yes, Yeah. Doesn't have a BLID name, it needs one. Okay, let's place it in his own file, but before I do that, I might as well, as I'm here, change this stuff. So let's make these one mesh geometry, I guess. Curve shaped mesh. Curve shaped geometry. CS geometry. Something that makes sense. So this one would be called curve shape, right? This is not gonna be bevel and crease. I'm just gonna place the fucking thing in there. Um, we could use this one for the mesh geometry, but how am I gonna say curve shape geometry? Isn't that too big of a name? And then another one for modifiers. The BLID name is gonna be this. Shall art code for now, but so we would have curve shape and then curve shape geometry underneath, right? So you wanted to have move the geometry, everything that is there in mesh geometry would just go into that tab. And then another one, curve shape modifiers, right? So let's make this one. I'll just make the three here and then I'll move them to separate files, I guess. So this is not going to have bevel weights. I'm just thinking of reusability in terms of the pole. Um, gone. Okay, let's do a final one. Yeah, because I'm gonna have to repeat this pole. Where's the pole? This pole. Yeah, whatever. I'll just add a pole to each one. This way, one or the other might need a different pole, and I'll just use a different pole. Let's not complicate things at this stage. Okay, so for this one, I'll call it modifiers. And I'll just register now so that I can see what I'm doing here. Okay, so we got curve shape geometry, and curve shape modifiers. Right, all in one tab. The edit tab, which is used by different add-ons. So I don't like when I do an extension, I don't like to add a new tab like these guys do. I like to put mine in a tab that already exists. Otherwise, this is just ludicrous. It's just 10,000 bloody tabs and can't find crap. All right, so all this mesh geometry is going to go into curve shape geometry. Right, see, this is how I get the curve and the mesh object through a few. I need to think reusability actually. Where do I actually, who actually uses this variable? Just itself. I am not going to access this panel from anywhere else. So why not just have the panels here with some functions that can be reused inside of the classes, right? Instead of having different files and then having an extra file so that I can go for the pull and yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to leave them in here. Makes more sense. Makes more sense. Nobody's actually grabbing this name anyway, so. And I'll just take this out of here so it doesn't get confusing. Okay. Easy does it. I'll need the crease as well, but one thing at a time. Okay, so this is the modifiers. It's not really going to have anything in there. I'll just grab what I had for the modifier down here, which is the solidify modifier here. Now it doesn't need to be in the box anymore. Curve shape modifiers. So I can add a label to this. Can't remember how. Not label, icon. I guess it's in the layout, not here. Self layout. Layout label, modifiers and modifier. What does that do? Just this one. Okay, so I get a label like this on top. That's what that label does. But I want that here. And I know there's a way to do that. Okay, so this here is the layout. I'm pretty sure there's an icon. Is that it? No. Do they remove that? because I had that. I had an icon on the bloody thing. Well, these guys have a. They even have a button there. Isn't it BL icon? Let's consult the. Let's do what we should have done. Category, context, description, ID name, label, options, order, owner ID, BL parent ID, region, space, custom, layout, use pop or use pin, draw header, draw header. Can't believe I don't have an add-on that has that. Well, these guys have this. I want to check these out then. How did they put that there? Where is it? CUI point dot py. UI dot py, are you serious? UI dot py is just it's just giving me the prop. Where is the button? Ah, it's in the draw header. It's in the draw header and the layout. And you can put okay. All right. All right. So there we go. Modifiers, curve shape modifiers. Where is curve shape modifiers coming from? From there, from the BL label. What happens if I remove the text? Curve shape modifiers. The letters are like really small and if I leave the text on, the letters are cooler. I know there's an option for icon only. Maybe not here. I don't know why it's forcing the BL name with the BL labeled in here. But I guess this is okay, right? Alright, so that means I don't need this label. I don't need a box, to be honest. Well, maybe a box for per modifier. Something like, I don't know, if I was going to use that. So you would come here and you would have a box for each modifier that you would control through here, something like that. Okay. Okay, so the pole. That's the one, right? That's the one. Okay, so all I have to do is just I could I could create a class just for that and subclass it. I think I was about to place that function in here and just return that function. I could do that, or I could make this a subclass, create a class, and then make this a subclass of it. Ah, fuck it. Let's not get fancy. Let's just do that. Let's not get fancy at this point. I'm gonna lose a little bit of time with that, and I don't have time. Time is not. Time is not on my side. Where's the other one? Here. There you go. Okay. Uh, now there's another one, another thing, another check that we need to do. Right now, I am wondering if I should just subclass because of this. Well, they're gonna use curve object, mesh object. Probably all of them are gonna use stuff like that, and mesh props, right? Mesh props, curve object. Where is mesh props coming from, by the way? All right, so mesh props, curve object, and mesh object. Context object is only used there. And scene props actually it's not used here. All right, so we can turn this into a function that returns curve object and mesh object. So curve props and mesh props as well. Even though we don't really use curve props, do we? Just interested in mesh props, to be honest. What are curve props anyway? The mesh object. So that's only really used here so that we can get the mesh object. So I need the curve object, right? So that I can ask questions and display some data depending on where I need the curve object. I don't need the curve props for any of this stuff. If I do, I'll just add that. I need the mesh object, right? The curve object and the mesh props. Curve object, mesh object, curve props. So curve object, mesh object, and mesh props. And all I need here is the context so that I can get that. Shall I do the scene as well? The scene props? I mean, in that code, I don't really need the scene props, so it shouldn't be contained to that. Oh, I'm creating a box. Creating a something for the box on that one. Shit, didn't realize that. I'll return the type as well and remove that from there, I guess. So in order to not have any errors, I need to create these variables first. F typing for now, right? And uh, perhaps object type, curve mesh, mesh props. Object type makes more sense to be the first one, right? It's an ugly return there. I could create the return here, but just give it a type here then. Mm. What do you mean unknown? Ah, because of the none. I forgot how you do this. It's got to be with typing from typing import. He's Copilot. Gonna help me. No, that's not what I want. I can't remember what it is. All right, so this is only needed. One for mesh and one for curve. Let's remove that from there. Oh, oh, I do need curve props. How do you do this? Is it like that? Or is it the other one? Backslash. Like that? Oh my god, I can't remember now. Oh, seriously? Can I just do this? No. I think so. Is that gonna work? Yeah, that works. All right. I need a coffee refill. I'll be right back. All right. Where were we? Okay, so let's start taking what we need out of here into the mesh geometry. And perhaps the mesh geometry could benefit from those tabs, those little tabs that I was talking about. It's not that hard to do, I guess. Because these this is gonna be one. Right, let's do this one. So geometry. Okay, so I'll just copy the header from this. And it's not modifier, it's, where is geometry? Blah, 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 blah. It's object data. Now we got, oh, this is the modifiers. No, 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 no. It's the other one. Where's the other one? Hide these functions, please. It's here, it's this one, geometry. Okay, so we got curve shape geometry, curve shape modifiers. Curve shape. Curve shape could benefit from a draw header as well. He actually has one. And I want a little curve on it. That's right. So you get a little curve. We'll get that. So curve shape, probably curve shape objects. I'll just leave it as curve shape. Yeah, sure. Leave it as curve shape. Okay, let's grab all the mesh geometry. All this stuff. Cut. This is old code. Shouldn't really be here. All right, so geometry, this one. Scene props I don't have on that other function, so. If mesh object and curve object, so. Yep, that's right. I don't even use scene props. Okay. So in curve shape, we have the objects that are being dealt with. In curve shape geometry, we're gonna have the mesh geometry. Of course, these boxes now don't make any sense. We don't need them. In fact, maybe they do make sense, but in another way. Maybe I have a box for the object and then a box for the buttons. That could look good. Let's just place that in. Don't you love to work with UI stuff? I do. I do. So this is the main panel, and we created the box. And inside the box, we got those guys. And these are inside the same box. Okay. So if you want the two boxes, just do this. Now we got two boxes, one for this and one for that. But maybe I don't want a box for these guys. Maybe I'll just add them to the layout. Let's see how that looks. So curve it out. Yeah, I don't think it makes sense to have a box. Lambda, no, layout. I think it's okay like that. Is it a little bit ugly? Maybe these two could be in a box. And these two in another box. Or perhaps just have a separator. That would look something like this. Yeah, but the edit curve would go in there. Where is edit curve? So now it would look like that. If you're not editing the curve, we have the option to create surface or edit curve and then auto update mesh or create surface. The separator doesn't do me any favors here. We have an icon for create surface. Why don't we have an icon for auto update mesh? Where's my icon viewer? Come on, are you kidding? What is my icon viewer? Seriously. It's installed, then why is it not on then? Kind of like these two, having one when it's connected and one when it's not updating. Like have this one and this one, linked and unlinked. This is for updating mesh. So we could do the auto update mesh. Toggle through. The icon would be unlinked if scene props application. Yeah, that's it. Right. The other way around. Okay, so now it's got that. If we click on it, it's linked. So we can turn it off, unlinked. That's cool, right? Guess we could move these back a little bit. All right. Yeah, I think I like that. All right, so first the first one is done. Then we got mesh geometry. Which I was thinking, I know I'm wasting a lot of time with this. I'm wasting a lot of time with this. I shouldn't be wasting this much time with. I'm just having fun. I have to do it. I have to do it. Sometimes I just like to do UI stuff. Now I could do different classes so that we could have that like that folder thing. But I'm not gonna do that. Shape modifiers, we still don't have anything, so all right, so this is inside a lot of boxes. Maybe I'll do, sure, one box for interpolation, one box for edges, then another box for bevel weights. I would not know what to call this, but we got solidify as well. Thing is, if I start doing too many boxes, it's gonna be huge. Okay, so this one is done. It shouldn't really be called main panel. I think it should be called objects or update or create. Or just curve shape like it says there. Whatever. Let's leave it for now. Okay, let's start putting these into the right boxes then. So we got a box with a label, a box for mesh geometry. These would be called edge control, something like that. Or just edges. Then we have interpolation somewhere, right? So row label interpolation. This would be a new box called interpolation. Wouldn't need that. I would just need to create a row inside of the. I'm still grabbing column here. That needs to probably be a new column. Otherwise, this is gonna look like crap, I think. Okay, the interpolation box went down here for some reason. Oh yeah, because these ones still use. Okay, hang on. So this row is based on that call move. Interpolation is fine. I just need to create a new box for the bevel weights. I won't need this. Right, so I got interpolation regular. The influence down there, right? It's fine. So I'll add a new box down here when we get to the thickness type. This is the one with the solidify and all that. So this is a different box. I don't need a separator line, I don't think. What will I call this? Because this already has solidify and extrude in there. Something like this, I guess. And another box here. This needs to be a column. It just doesn't need to have an adding. It needs to be part of that box. And then we got smooth and flip faces. I don't know what to call that. Just call it finish for now. All right. So edges. We got our edge control. Interpolation. We got our interpolation. Solidify, extrude. Bevel weights, and then we'll have creases. I don't know what to call this. The smooth and flip. I think solidify and extrude doesn't really need a label. Where is that? But then it feels like it's part of interpolation, right? What if I don't put text and I just put the... It will look like that. Can I put an icon in here? No, it doesn't have one. It doesn't have one. Maybe I put solidify extrude down here in the finish section and call it something else. I need a new row. I don't know what to call it though. Finish is just a placeholder, right? What do I call this? What do I call this? Or just not call it anything. It's just there. Maybe add a layout separator. There we go. Layout separator there. Should I make regular closer to this? A row is this, right? Column is this. So I want to put this inside the column. This is. What if I just put it inside the box? No. If I bring this column up here and I place these inside that column. Yeah. Why do I have all that space in there? Wouldn't these be inside the row? Yeah. Right, now I don't have so much space. Okay, nice and tight. Pretty. These are some space because it can make sense. Shall I make a separator here and make these closer together so that we know that these are different edges? That this relates to that and not this? Yeah, I should. Right there. It's not a separator, it's actually a line that I want. Where's the line? Where's the line? Where's the line? Where's the line? There we go. Where was it? Right here. Just a little line, just to a better visual representation that this is a bit different one from the other. All right, so edges needs an event icon. All right, edges. Let's get a different icon for edges. Jesus, that's terrible. I like this one. Looks like an empty though, right? Maybe this one. No, man, I like this one. I'm gonna go with this one. Edges. Yeah, cool. Interpolation. I guess this. One of these. This one is cool. Because interpolation. Interpolation. Bevel. You still gotta do crease. Yeah, why not? Bevel. Uh, crease. That's crease. That's crease. That's crease brush. Ooh, 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 ooh. Maybe this sharp curve. What can represent a crease? Something sharp, like two lines like that or something, right? Maybe this one. Not sure if I'm gonna call it weights. What's it called? It's bevel weight and crease. Shall I just call it crease? That's nice. That's a nice little menu, right? Just gotta create the crease one. All right, let's do that. I think it can have the same name. I think what matters is this. I think it can have same name like that. Weight is probably not the, it's probably amount that we want here. It's not really weight. increase amount of boundary edges. Alrighty then. Does that make sense? Or this makes more sense if it comes after the solidify? Yeah, I think it does. No. Now, from a user perspective, I think I'd like to have the solidify, the smooth, and flip faces all in the same place. So I think I'll leave these stuff down here, and I'll bring the smooth and the flip faces up there to with the solidify. That's gonna look something like that. Maybe bring this. Maybe put them all in the same box. Not like that. Like that. Does that make sense? Now I kind of want to do a title for this as well, for this box. I just don't know what to call it. Extra geometry? Cleanup? Uh, Enhancement? Uh, Extras? I don't fucking know. uh, where's the box for it? Layout box. All right. Extras? Where I'll actually have the same thing as I have up here in object data. Extras sounds so weird. Yeah. Extra geometry makes more sense, right? But then smooth and flip faces. I don't know. I don't know. Let's make these whites work, right? Because they're just there for to look pretty at the moment. We gotta actually make these props work. Yeah. Seven a.m. on the dot. Why is the music so low? This stream I'm listening to is not very compressed. I guess that's all right. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the toilet real quickly. Okay, so to do this, I'm gonna need the edges and the edge data. And right now I'm updating the surface, but I don't think I need that for this. I just need a function that is going to grab those edges. The thing is, the creation function is going to recreate stuff and the edges lose that information. So the creation function will have to run the function that will crease and bevel, change the crease and bevel weights. But this function, it only needs to run a function. These properties, they only need to run a function that takes care of those. A bit more modular, which is something that I should be doing for the different stages of all these properties, to be honest. So that when you touch interpolation, you only update the no, that's not going to be possible. But for this, but maybe for solidification and extrusion, that would be possible. Okay, first things first. The mesh will need to store um, the edges that we are interested in. These outer edges, the front and the extruded edges, it's going to be easy. I'm more concerned about these corner edges. How am I going to get those? Maybe it's not that hard because they are only connected to the start and the end vert of those edges are the only ones at the moment connected that are only connected to two edges, while the other all the other verts are connected to four edges, right? Those are the only ones that are connected to two edges. So I should be able to use that information to grab them. So what information are we already saving in terms of geometry? In the mesh? Or is it? Yeah, here we are. So we're storing the vert indexes that are correlated to the splines. That's good. The vert indexes resulting from the extrusion. No, this is faces actually. I saved the faces. I should have updated this. So if we have all the faces, now we need extruded faces. It's right here. We need the boundary edges. List of edge indexes. From initial geometry. List of edge indexes from list of corner. That both spelled, yeah. List of corner edge indexes from extruded geometry. Okay, so you got these three. Edge, edge, edge. I am really scared that this stuff changes index and it Fs me, but I think it's always built in the same way, so it shouldn't have that problem. It should always be the same edges. All right, so let's use these boundary edges, extruded edges, corner edges, where it's supposed to be used. And in terms of updating these guys, we have update surface here. I think the update should, like I was saying before, should be a different function, because this just recreates the whole thing. Does it take stuff in context? Yes. Okay. It's probably gonna give me an operator. Okay. All right. Thing is, if I update these weights, if I use this function from elsewhere, because I'm gonna have to. I don't want to like access the BMesh again. So I want to be able to pass in the BMesh to this function. But I think if I add another argument here, it's gonna it's gonna complain. Let's see if this works. Actually, yeah, why not? All right, let's see if this works. So, I don't even know if it's registered or not. Let me save again. Okay, it registered. So if I move one of these guys, it does work, and here are the quarks. Okay, good. Instead of quarks, yeah, no, I'll just leave quarks in, and then I'll get from the quarks the BMesh. What if I want to update without the BMesh? Okay, yeah, sure. If there's a BMesh, cool. If there's no BMesh, we create the BMesh, we do the operation. I don't actually think you need a BMesh to do this. So if there's a BMesh, sure, we can use it. If not, I think we can directly do this. I mean, I can just grab the edge data from the mesh, um, the mesh, and bevel or crease it, I believe. You got the mesh edges, right? And if I say mesh edges, uh, and give it an index, I'll grab the mesh edge. And I should have the weights here. But I don't. All right. Maybe I do need the BMesh to do this. Oh no. I know where this is going. I know where this is going. I'll have to use layers. I have to use layers to access that information. Mm-hmm. Edge bevel weight. Um, So it does have bevel weight. It needs to be in object mode. BMesh module. BM edges, layers, bevel weight. Yeah, I knew it. It was going to be layers. Yeah, it's with layers. It's not as simple as it looks. Okay. Right. We've done this. We've done this recently. In fact, right here we have a way, right? Layers. And the website actually gives me a good pointer here. It's the bevel weight layer. So layers, bevel weight. There we go. Deform float, color float, skin string. Let's just go to the documentation. Okay. Okay, we'll use this, which is the BM layer collection. Right. Okay, so first things first, I need to know if BMesh is in the quarks. He's trying to help me. Let's see what we got here. Where are you getting boundary edges from? Interesting. This might not be that incorrect. Let's test it. Let's test it out. Let's test that out. how can we test it? If I go to curve, I would have to run update weights, right? With the with the BMesh in there from curve. That is curve shape. Access the mesh and call this function. So mesh props update weights. I could do that. Then I would have to pass in the self, right? Hmm. Is this viable to do it like this? Or I do what I did with the other function. And call an operator instead. That will do this for me. Because the only way I can call this function from out there. Okay, let's see. Looking at it is not going to do anything, is it? Okay. So this is the create function. Let's just try and run that function from here. So curve shape, well, I probably have it in here. Curve shape, not curve shape actually. The mesh props, because this is inside the mesh props. Mesh props as now the update weights, function, and it's asking for self, and self is what? It's itself. Now this is probably going to give me an error. Self would be mesh props, and context will be, do I have context here? I don't have it, but I can do BPI context. It's telling me no, probably because I'm not importing BPI in this module. And finally, he wants a BMesh as a quark. I am importing BPY. What is expected one positional? Isn't it BPY what am I doing wrong here? How do you get the context? BPY context. What are you complaining about? Expected one positional argument. Ah, so I don't need to pass in the mesh probes. All right, so we already have the B mesh was freed there, so this needs to happen up there before the B mesh is freed. Uh-huh. So he's gonna look at the B mesh and he's gonna go through each edge, and if the edge index is in self-boundary edges, he's gonna add a bevel weight to it. Okay, so let's give it an edge. Let's give it an edge. Ooh, 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 ooh. I think before we even do that, I want to see if this is called. Was probably a good idea to have the terminal on. It is called. It is called with the BMesh. Okay, good. Now, in boundary edges, we need to have an edge, at least one edge index, so that we can test this. So let's give it this edge here. It will be clear for us. We'll see it right away. Let's just check out what is it's in this 155. Data. This is wrong. Because boundary edges. Boundary edges. We already have boundary edges, but you don't access it like that. Let me see where they are. I have passed them. They're up here. Okay. Boundary edges are a type of CS int group list. So boundary edge is 0. These wouldn't be data. Yeah, this is going to throw an error, but I'm going to test it anyway. Going to test it. Hmm. Is this happening? It is. Okay. It is. It's there. It's happening. It doesn't have a BMesh. Right. Okay. Now we trigger that code. And yes, of course, data is not what we want because this has a list. And inside that list, there are several items, okay? If so, I know what he wants to do, and the way we can do it is by doing for item int, because in self boundary 0 list. No, for I. So item int for I in self boundary, and that should work. Of course, hang on. Where in boundary edges? We don't have boundary edges. Let me check. No, we don't. Boundary edges is empty. I haven't filled it. Yeah, because I just created it. Come on. What an idiot. We gotta fill them first. I will improve that. I need to put those lists outside of that function. Okay. I'm thinking of a better way I can do this. So if there are boundary edges, right? We're gonna return for I in self boundary edges at least. I think this is correct. Why is it giving me an error? Oh. Yeah. No, it's gonna be a list. We don't need to do this union shit. It always returns a list. Come on. All right. So now here, all we have to do is it's not boundary. Come on. It's extruded, and here is corners, right? Okay, and now this shouldn't give me an error. If edge index in self get edges, argument of type non-type is not iterable. Iterable. Why would you give me none? I ended with else returning an empty list. What? Where is the none coming from? Ah, if. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So all it did was print the parts because there's nothing there, and that's correct. Let's add that edge 155, is it, to the boundary edges. We'll do it here. So props will equal context object data curve shape curve shape yeah, sure, props Okay, now we have the edge 155, which means that if we have the bevel modifier, we'll see it. This is for what? What will this do? Add the bevel weight, and at the moment the bevel weight for the boundary is 1. It will add the crease as well, so it's this edge right here. So when we create surface, we get an error. BM edge object has no attribute called bevel weight. Copilot has tricked you, and you fell for it, you stupid man. Yeah, no worries. That's fine. I'm used to it. We gotta go BM edges layers, right? And we shall look at the items, BM edges layers items, right? This is the item for one edge. A layer collection. We'll just look at the items and see what we got there. BM edges layer, and then you got to put that layer in there in the edge and get the keys or the items. So which layer is it? I have no idea. BM layer collection. Why is this open? This doesn't need to be here. Okay, so I need a layer collection like I have here, right? And in this case is deform. And then when I go at the edge, I do this. I put the for D in deform. The problem is that it's not deform. Let me just bring this over here for a second. If I wanted to, is that what I did? Pardon me. That would be the keys. So I would just print. I would just print VG. I don't know what the hell is this print all about. Um. Okay. So first of all, these would be edges. The deform would be a BM layer collection. Sure, I know it's not here. Can you import it, please, for me? No, you can't. Okay. Sure, I'll do it. BM edges, layers, and we got deform. Before I even do this, we got color, generic float custom data, float color. What was here is like BM edges, layers, bevel weight. So if it's bevel weight, why in the documentation is the bevel weight is not here? Why? We'll try. We'll try, but I find it very strange that oh, I'm more interested in items. Object has no attribute bevel weight. I knew it. Where are these people getting their information from? That's wrong. That's wrong. I am doing edges, layers, bevel weight, right? Edges, layers, bevel weight. I cannot iterate over that object. Yeah. Do I need to be in edit mode? Is that what you're saying? But in edit mode, I can't do this. If you want to avoid mode switching, no, I don't. So maybe bevel weight, maybe this is correct information for previous blenders. I mean, they're talking about 2.71, for God's sake. Can I access the edge items? Of course not. It's not iterable. Well, the documentation does tell me what it has. You have color, you got float color, float every style, int, and string. Yeah, where is the form? Is that just for the... Is the form just for the verts? Yeah, because verts have the form. Jesus. You bet it's one of these. It could be. I've seen some weird shit coming from the documentation, man. Documentation needs a lot of work. Um, let's see what float gives me. Nothing. Nothing there either. No, if it doesn't have items, why would it have keys? I am forgetting that I do have an assistant. I'll ask my assistant. Copilot. A BMesh as a bevel weight? Are you serious? I don't think you're right. If it does, I'm gonna bite my face off. I don't see it. No, it doesn't. You're wrong. You are wrong. Edge bevel weight. You are wrong. This gave me an error, wasn't it? It can't be, it's not iterable. Yeah, right. Or maybe it's just not in the documentation. Yeah. See, BMesh doesn't have that attribute. Yes, I know I'm correct. To the custom layer, layers bevel weight, dot verify. Get the bevel weight layer, create it if it doesn't exist. You want me to create the layer, and then how do I apply it? Then it's just a number inside a layer that I created. Hey, I got a number. It doesn't say. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I got a layer in there. It's got a number and everything. What do I do with that? How do I apply it? I cannot go into edit mode and apply. I simply cannot. Let's try to do that in object mode. Okay. And the way we would do that in object mode is by saying C object, which is the current object, the active object, data, edges, and I want 155. And I would say bevel weight, HT exactly, equals 1.0. Attribute mesh edge object doesn't even have that attribute. What if I'm in edit mode? Eh. I didn't misspell it. These are the attributes that it has. I can't access keys. Can't access items. My God, how do you set weights, man? If it's there, it's to be used, right? It's not solved. That's not how you do it. Hey, I found something. I found something. It's different now. I must go into attributes now. It is different. Backward compatibility is FUCK. It's not. I mean, you just have to write different code and see which Blender version they're using and, you know, release different versions for different Blender versions. So that's how you get it. Right. Jesus. It must be done in object mode. Mesh attributes. He created a new attribute for that. How do you do that in BMesh, mate? Because now it's... I have an attribute here. Position, vertex. All right, so let me see what happens if I open this up. Grab our 155 edge. Go into item and give it a bevel weight. Does it show up in attributes? No. Let's try and access it like they're showing here on the website. Possibly. Okay, so we can access it. And we possibly can change it like that. Okay. Okay. Can we do that anywhere? Does it need to be in object mode? I mean, he says these must be done in object mode. I want to see if that's true. Apparently is. What if I'm editing a curve? Because that's when I want to do it. No, it needs to be done in object mode. Okay, yeah, sure. No, hang on. Hang on, because I had something selected and I was looking at context object, and context object was the curve. If I do data, objects, it's the name of my mesh. So these would work. And if I'm inside my curve, still works. That's what I need. That's what I need. I cannot fetch that value though. Come on, man. Being silly here. I can fetch that value. Why did I put a plus in there? Okay, so I can do it in object mode and I can do it in curve mode like that. I'd like to do it in BMesh. Maybe it's not in the documentation and it's actually called bevel weight edge. Well, it will throw an error right away if it doesn't exist. Yeah, it doesn't exist. All right, we have to go with that then. Then if we are in object mode, we simply, in edit mode, edit mesh mode, we won't allow the user to do it. So let me just copy this. Okay, so now what I need is the mesh. I guess they haven't placed it in here yet. Right, let's do it like that. This is how we can do it. So what I want is the mesh itself. And that's for bevel weight. I still got to check it out. Check out crease. Um, Still gotta check it out. Check out crease. Right. This should work. We got what bevel weight did we add it to? No, we just have the. We don't have any bevel weight. You just have 155. We'd get the bevel weight from here. Did I save it? I didn't save it. Okay. The mesh. Yeah, I need to pass in the mesh. Mesh props update, and it's not BM. It's mesh. Ta 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 ta. It's not working. There's nothing in my quarks. I'm just noticing now. There's nothing in my quarks. Of course, I need to. I need to. It's not updating from here. It's you need to create surface. All right. 42 gives me nothing. Bevel weight edge key not found. $219. Bevel weight edge key not found, but I just tested it here and it was found. Bevel weight edge. What are you talking about? How come I can do it here? It's not found. What do you mean it's not found? I was just doing it. I think I know what happened. I think you actually need to create that property. That attribute, I mean. Well, in that case, Copilot might be right. Copilot might be right. Copilot, you might be right. If I create one, then he identifies it. Which to me is bizarre. To me, it is just bizarre. But really, this would just do it for all the edges. Yeah, that's fine. It's just a test anyway. That's not how you do it. There's another way of doing that. You can create your own layers. It's just not how you do it. Um, um, there is a way to do that. I remember in a project doing that, creating my own layers. Might even be in this project. I think I know where it is. It's one of these tests. Here we go. I know this is vertex group. Um, no, it's not here. Oh, this is. No, it's not in this project. I'm getting very, very angry. 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 I'm gonna order something. Uh, I know you can create a layer. It's just not the way. It's not the way he's telling me. Let me open up older project. I probably have that information somewhere in there. Might have it in this project. Here we go. Custom, exactly the page that I wanted. Perfect. Custom data layers. Here we go. That's with int. Self BM words int. Then int gets BM agent layers. These would be just a custom. Yeah. We can have multiple layers of custom data. Word ID layer. Stop it. Why is this moving? BM layer item. Word ID 1, word ID 2. So it would int or float because we have float as well. All right, so we can use float and then call it bevel weight edge, right? So basically do this instead of bevel weight, we say float because it's a float. We create that layer. This will create the layer if it doesn't exist. And then this will be a new layer for float. I don't have verify here, but what I have is git, and if it doesn't exist, I'll create it using new. But BM layer collection, I believe it does have verify, just like ChatGPT was talking about. Um, create a new layer or return an existing layer, exactly. And then that would be the new verified layer. And we could possibly, the new verified layer as a name, we could name it. So when we do verify, if it doesn't exist, uh, we actually want to name it, right? Like that, bevel weight edge, exactly. Then the way we access it, not sure if it's like this. It might be. Let's see in this code how we access these edges ID layer. We say it's, yeah, that's how we access it. That's right. Let's see by naming it like that if it's actually going to work on the property. Is this saved? All right. Let's minimize this, and we do get a BM layer objects is not iterable. When I try to name it, it wouldn't allow me to name it. All right, so I'll just use what the approach I used here. I'll do this instead. Um, right? Unless this is some magic name, or or maybe because I have that property in Blender set up. I have it here, but I think it's gonna go as soon as I press this. Fucking worked, mate. It fucking worked, bro. It worked. Jesus, it worked. Yes. Yeah, I added just 0.2 to it. I'm doing it manually. I do have an operator here. Yeah, wait. And of course, it's just doing every single edge. Yes, so that's how you do it. But why bevel white edge, man? Why? How do I do crease? And is it because I have the because I created bevel weight edge here? Or this shows up because I created it here? Um, how about crease? Yeah, it shows up here. Name collision, crease. Where did these people get these names from? Right? Bevel white crease. Maybe it's crease edge. The other one is called bevel weight edge. These might be crease edge. It is. It is. That is right, yes. They're all creased. The fuck, man? How is one supposed to figure this shit out by ourselves? You saw how much work I had just to figure these out because there's no examples, there's no real. Oh my god. If I was developing an add-on for ZBrush, it would have been finished like ages ago. Ages ago. It's so easy to work with ZBrush. Blender needs a lot more documentation at this point. It's lacking big time. Well, if you're watching the stream and you didn't know how to do it, now we figured it out together, and that's. I hope this helps somebody else. I guess so. This is one of the ones I'm gonna put on YouTube and probably add. Actually, I'm gonna go to my stream thing and everything and add a little. Uh, Stream manager and add a. Oh, I'm not an affiliate yet, so I can't add a placement there. Yeah, okay, well, whatever. 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 What time is it? 4 hours and 34. I'm gonna forget that. Yeah, but I know. Yeah, I'll remember. I'll remember to tag that. Oh my god. Okay. So these would make sense to be called bevel weights, right? or bevel weight. And I'll leave that one there. And this is mainly it's a mixture of uh, codes, old code, and I'll call it crease weight. And you can get it from floats, and floats is already over there. It's just BM layers that we need to do, right? Um, oh, set the bevel weight to your desired value. That's so helpful, mate. That is so helpful. I'm just gonna make sure if it gets beveled and creased at the same time here. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, gets beveled and creased. Yep. Okie dokie. All right, now it's just making this work. Let me open this door up so I hear the guy knocking on my door with my McMuffins. My McMuffins. I'm hungry. All right. So this is goodbye. And I gotta say BM edges ensure lookup table so that I can do this. So basically it's BM edge index. What am I doing? And then after accessing the edge, we do bevel weight and do that. Yeah. Same thing. Maybe to save up a little bit of memory. Exactly. It's because we are accessing it twice, right? And the same thing down here. What's it called? Crease weight. All right. This is correct, yes. Yes. Of course, these only on the edges that we have, so should work. Only for edge 155. When we press this button. Of course, we need to give a value here, right? There we go. Edge 155 is creased and beveled. And we got our bevel weight edge and the crease edge right there. Nicey, nicey-o, nicey-o. It works in there. Now we gotta make it work as we change the values here. And for that, we gotta place these edges in the collection property. I'm gonna go to the toilet, and probably as I'm coming back, my McMuffins will arrive. I'll be right back. Jesus, I almost broke the door. All right. Uh, so at least we know what the next step is. I'm gonna have my McMuffins. Let me just give a review to Just Eat even before I ate because I know the quality of this. And thank you very much. Nobody has a solution for that. I should actually write a solution for that. For the BMesh. AI news. 2 days ago. Blah, 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 blah. What are we gonna watch? What are we gonna watch? I'm starving. I want to watch something right now. Fast. Mm-hmm. This is usually interesting. These videos look amazing, man. Eh. Yeah. Oh my god. That's amazing.
Is he kidding? Because if you see those videos in a small format like you were seeing, you actually think it's real. Of course, if you full screen it, you probably end up noticing the artifacts and all that. But in small format, I'd say that's That's some alien tech right there. Another one? Yeah. What? Yeah. Okay, let's get back to work.
Okie dokie. Okay, so now we need to fill in this, not this, but these guys up here. We need to fill in these guys up here. The boundary edges, the extrude edges, and the corner edges. So this is going to get updated when the mesh is created, and that's fine. Probably going to get updated as well when the mesh is updated. No, it doesn't need to. It doesn't need to be updated when the mesh is updated because no, it does need to, because when the mesh is updated, I have to remove the extruded geometry and place it back in. So down here. Now, before I forget, yeah, the solidify operation, it needs to happen after this. I don't think I need a comment here. Update weights, come on. Now, do I need the context? Yeah, whatever. Save that and grab it. We gotta grab those guys. So grab these guys. These three. I'll work like this. I'll place this one here, close that. And use this side. So we already have boundary edges here, stuff that we are adding vertex groups for. And here is the loop for the splines that create the edges for the splines. That's cool, blah, blah, blah. Do I need that? No, I need the front boundary edges. I need the back boundary edges. And those side ones, right, okay. So the boundary edges, we already have them here. We, in fact, are, in this case, selecting them. So edge select through. I'm not just going to edge select through, I'm going to place them inside boundary edges. So let's deconstruct these one-liner. Place it here. And now, how do we access boundary edges? Our boundary edges is in the mesh props, right? So first, we access the boundary edges from the mesh props.
I am doing this wrong, and let's do this right because this is completely wrong. And I just noticed that I've been doing it like accessing a list when I could just have boundary edge 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's the edges. Yeah. So they could just be here instead of having a list inside. It doesn't make sense the way it is right now. So instead of a CS group list, it should actually be a CS int list. And being a CS int list, I will be able to iterate like that. All of these guys should be like that, to be honest. I know these ones should. The extruded faces and the correlation splines. Correlation splines, no, but the extruded faces probably as well. Let me just have a big space here to remember where I was working. Let me look for correlation splines there. Yeah, because I only use it once. Yeah. I don't need the list. I just need to add and in there put the int. No, I don't. No, I don't. Hang on. Because this is one for each spline. So this is correct, the correlation spline. Extruded faces is probably incorrect. Because there's only one extruded faces, right? And here I got the list that there's 4 here. Where else do I use it? Yeah. So if I change extruded faces to a CS int list, which is just an int list, I can then come here and extruded faces clear, that would be fine. Extruded faces add, and then B faces, I wouldn't have to access. Let me make sure that I don't F up. Like this.
extruded faces. Oh, um, this is not updating properly. I have to restart Blender. Oh, okay. Let me just check something. Mm-hmm. That should do it. This is gonna create a bunch of issues here now. Let's just close Blender and start a new. Okay. Main panel 38 in get objects. Mesh props cannot access local variable mesh props where it's not associated with the value. Line 38. Actually, I need the lines here. It's not associated with the value. Still got that stupid issue. I thought it was solved. Apparently not. My God. I thought that was solved already. But yeah, is a change. If it didn't work, it would have we would have errors here. Where is this bloody thing coming from, by the way? I think I know where. I think it's here somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Just one thing about this issue that I was looking at. How did I try to solve it? I just I just placed the reversed faces here. Uh, shall I go back to what I had? Why? 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 If flip faces is off, seems that everything is okay. But if I turn flip faces on and I come here, it just unflips the freaking faces again. Man, I thought I solved this by just flipping the faces either way. Now it tells me that it's fine if I don't flip the faces on the other. But if I turn on flip faces, create surface. Are you serious? This is probably gonna bite me in the ass again. What if it's extrude? Okay, what if flip faces is on? I don't know. If it's telling me that it's fine now, let's see. Let's see in the future. Okay. Back to here. Right. So now I gotta place the boundary edges inside of this collection property. So this is mesh props, boundary edges, add int, edge index. That's it. A lot easier to do it this way. Yeah. So first one should be done. It's the boundary edges. Let's save that. And let's test that. We still got to do the update as I change it here. But let's just create surface. Change the boundary here to 1, create surface again. And they should have, in this case, they should have the bevel. Let's add the crease. All right, so now they're creased and they have the bevel weight. We can check here. Yeah, crease and bevel weight. So that's working. Now for the bevel weight of the extruded ones, which is these ones in the front, that should be easy enough. In terms of the vertex groups, I think we can assign it through BMesh. We can assign vertex groups, which probably more efficient to assign vertex groups to BMesh than the way I'm doing directly to the mesh. I'm just because it's practically already done. Let's just do the extruded edges now. So the extruded edges come after the solidify, as well as the, here we go. So we're doing the extruded faces here. Uh, Here they are, out edges. It's the out edges. So we got the extruded edges. And as we, I'm gonna take the opportunity that I'm going through these extruded edges. And I'm gonna look for the verts. In these edges, I'm gonna look for the edges that have one vert, that their verts are only connected to two other edges. The way we can do that is by using the link in BM edge link loops connected to these edge. No. I think it's got to be done with the vert. So the BM vert has these link edges connected to these vertex. So, and as you can see here, the only verts that have only 3 edges connected to them after this extrusion are these verts here at the corners. So if I'm going through every edge here, in this loop, and I'm gonna ask if one of your verts, actually no, I could ask if one of your verts is only linked to 3 edges, which would be this vert. But then I want to go down that way. I want to grab that edge because this edge is going to tell me yes, and this edge is going to tell me yes that one of their verts is connected to only 3 edges. So in reality, it would be preferable for me to loop through these outer edges here. Because as soon as I get to an edge that says yes to that question, that one of their verts, doesn't matter which one because both are going to do that, one of their verts is only connected to 3 edges, then I grab it. So to get these outer edges, what do I do? Outer edges of the solidify operation. These are all the edges actually. These are the outer edges. I can't see how I'm gonna grab those edges. I could do the face. No, not really. Let me see what kind of question we can ask while we're going through this loop instead. So if I ask if one of your verts is connected to 3 edges, and I get to this edge, it's gonna say, yeah, this vert is connected to 3 edges. Then I can ask, well, which one of those edges, those 3 edges, is not you, and it's not inside of this edge loop that we're looking at? That's the question I can ask, right? A bit confusing, but it will work. Why we got no music here? That's better. All right. What's the name? Link edges to the vert. And edge have link loops is what? Loops connected to this edge. That's a bit loud. So first we got to get the verts. So for V in E verts, which is the edge verts, and then we got the link edges. Can I iterate over link edges?
It is a BM element sequence of BM edge. This might be the no. First I gotta ask. Yeah, it's something like that. But hang on. First, I gotta ask. If it's equal to 3, because it only has three connected edges. If it is equal to 3, so if it has 3 edges, we go through each one of the edge. And I just deleted the okay, if the edge not in out edges, extrude then we do this. For V in the edge vert, if V link edges equals 3, then we go into the vert link edges. And if the vert edge is not in out edges, we add that V edge index to that. Do we break? I don't know.
One thing I am forgetting is to clear this stuff before I create it, right? No, these are the corner edges. They're not the extruded edges. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay. Let's use something that it's actually visible to us. And that's a bevel modifier. There's white on the back ones already. Let's, okay, so 0. Let's do the boundaries. Yep. It's there. Let's do the extruded. Okay, the extruded is actually the corners. So I've done something wrong. You can see it's the corners right there. And the corners is probably the extruded. Exactly. So extruded in corners is... Is this a problem in the main in the panel or in what I just did? That is... E-corners. That's because I renamed it. This says corner edges, extruded edges, and boundary edges. Oh, but I'm looking at the collection properties when I should be looking at the float properties. This is giving me extruded corners. When it should be this that gives me the extruded corners. Okay, now if I do the corners, I should get the corners.
So now if the user can bend this all he wants in any possible and imaginable way, and the bevel modifier is not going to screw him over. Let's edit this curve with that modifier and see what happens. Okay, that's a mess. Let's figure out why that is a mess. I want to check these creases as well. Ah, yes, and is the crease not working? Ah, it's working. It's there. Of course, I'm going to make it so that as you change this, it's going to be visible there. For some reason, the update is not working, and I suspect that it's an issue with indexes being changed. One thing at a time. Let's make it so that these actually updates in real time. And that needs to happen in this function. Because right now it has update mesh. If BM, it does that. So if not BM, if not BM, it means that it's coming from here. I'm thinking if the user is updating these 3 at the same time, is it gonna run that 3 times? Probably. Well, I don't give a shit if the performance is not bad. So if there's no BM, we have to create one and then close it. Let's call this variable underscore BM. And we'll say if BM equals underscore BM. We'll push this back. Else we have to create a BMesh. I don't know, I can't freaking remember, all right? It's too much stuff to remember everything. There's no BMesh here. There's no... What do you mean?
Don't we have that in this class? This is a class associated with the mesh. Are you telling me it doesn't have the mesh? It's this one that has the mesh. Yeah, but how? I should be able. That's probably a way to access um, the mesh where these properties are being accessed from. What is this? I know how to get it. I just would like to know the proper way to do it. Because there must be a way accessing the parent. I think I used this before, path resolve. Co-pilot, can you help me? That's not really what I want. Right. Yeah, I did that. I did that. So that then it's I did that. But that would be ID data. You learn something new every day. It's ID data. I knew it. I knew there was a way to access it. All right. I didn't know how. Now I do. Let's not forget that ID data. Uh, it is the mesh, not the object. As you can see here, mesh. Otherwise, it would say object. And it would give me a little error here. Okay, so then down there we got to free the BMesh. What is up with this? I don't know what's up with this. I wasn't having that issue before.
All right, so this should do it. Yeah. Now we can control the individual bevels. We can increase this as well. Give it a few segments. Now we can control the individual ones. Even yeah, the sharp is only going to be seen when we add the subdivision. There we go. So yeah, we have a lot of control in this way over our geometry. Fantastic bomb. Okay, so we have the issue of the update not working, right? That's the next step. Uh, done. Uh, yes, this is gonna be for version 3.1. Oh, I need to stretch my legs. I need a break. This is going well. If fixing that update function is not that time consuming, it's possible that we can still release it today. I'm gonna have a little break. If I can freshen up when I come back and I'm fresh and I can carry on, I'll carry on. If not, I think I'm gonna have a nap or something because I only slept 3 hours or 3 or 4 hours, I don't know. And I'm starting to get really feeling really tired.
All right, I'll be right back. All right. So I have a situation. I have nowhere to smoke because it's raining, and my landlord, we used to have a little roof in the back where we could be stand underneath it when it was raining, and he removed that roof so that the people, the gutter cleaners, could access the gutter. And now I got nowhere to smoke outside because it's bloody raining. I don't know what's happening this here in England. The closer the summer is, the colder it's getting. It's just weird.
I'll just have a I'll just have a cigarette in here. I don't like to do that, but what other choice do I have? So this is looking promising, right? Nice clean geometry. Maybe in the future versions I might give more options, like separate the edges a bit more from one another. Why is this so sharp down here? That's weird. That's strange. That's not supposed to be like that, right? A bit too sharp down there compared to up there. Is it the corners? I don't know. Okay, so we know that we probably want to see bevel. It's easier to see the bevel than the creases. So if I edit the curve and I go into auto update, we got a lot of edges that are being captured that aren't supposed to be captured. That's what we gotta fix. Ay, ay, ay. So this is a break, by the way. Just doing a break. Tired as hell. Might as well finish watching that video.
Okay.
Gotta get back to work.
Not very interesting. All right. Okay, so this auto update is happening. Uh, this is happening because the indexes are being changed. That's because the creation of the mesh is somehow altered. This is nonsense. There is no errors here. Okay. Alrighty then. Is this gonna... Alright. What I could do is not re-add the data. While we are in this mode. I add the data here. Hang on. Let me... I update the weights right after the solidify. The wire is not working anyway. I'm not using it. And I update the weights here after the solidify as well. What if I update the weights without the BMesh? Oh, I just fucked it. I fucked it, didn't I? Yeah. No, it's fine. Is it? No, it's not. I fucked it. What if I update the weights down here without the BMesh? Uh, yeah, it would help if I did this right, yeah. Yeah, it's still changing. Okay, what if I don't update the weights at all? Oh, that actually works. And it has the... Because, yeah, what? How? How does that work? If I'm reconstructing the... that's strange. And we're back to this bullshit of changing the... of the flipping of the normals. Um... that is different. It's not capturing those ones. That is a issue and a half. What if it's positive? Okay, so if it's positive, it works fine without it. With flip faces or not flip faces, it works fine. I can see that the corners are gone when I turn it on, but that's not too bad. Um, so I could look at that if it's positive or negative. And so if it's negative, sorted, finally sorted. Uh, okay. Right, so auto updating, I lose the bevel of the corners as I auto update. I mean, that's not a big thing, is it? I don't think that's an issue. That's not a big issue.
And it is when you're in this mode. Ah, okay. What is that? Well, that shouldn't be there. That is wrong as well. Hmm. I shouldn't be beveling those edges. Okay, we're having quite a few issues with these edge indexes. Okay. Let me see my update function here. If I okay, so we're trying to get an edge that doesn't exist in update weights. Are we not clearing something somewhere along this process? Must be that. Okay, this is the update weight, that's fine.
Why am I looking at correlation spline? It's not the correlation spline. It's never the correlation spline for what I'm doing right now, is it? Is it the boundary edges? I guess that's part of the problem, I guess. All right. Why is that creased? It is not supposed to be creased. Well, I think it's yeah, it's broken now because it's trying to access an edge that doesn't exist in update weights. In line 233. It's because I accessed that when I was updating. Well, when I was in update mode, I think. Uh, I think that's what triggered it. Kind of makes sense. Let me try and reproduce this. So in update mode, change the bevel weights. Let's try and do that. See if that's the problem. Or is it because I did this? Because now I have other edges here that shouldn't really be. Why is it getting creased? It's not supposed to get creased. Crease is 0. Ah, the blue means bevels. Right. Okay. Um, well, these boundary edges are right. So the edges changed. As I was doing that, as I was adding. Right, let me just this is fine. Yeah. Okay, so that is strange. The fact that I add a new one, it gets effed. It's strange, very strange. Very, very strange, I tell you. Something is wrong. We must fix it. We must fix it. Why is that? That when I have when I add an extra edge, everything goes to absolute bunkers. Do I not clear this stuff up? Git or create a new one? I see. I see. I believe this is the problem. Uh, uh, uh. If there's a BM, then I want to clear it first. No, if there's no BM, I want to clear it first. There's no BM. Let me just make some notes here.
if there's a VM. All right, that makes it easier. If it's updated from the operator, I want to clear it. I want to clear the remove. Otherwise, it's an update. Yep. I don't think I would create them. They're already there, right? Yeah, but they might not be there. So and that should fix Reno our problem. Of course, now it's all fucked. Let's unfuck it. I am going to be so bold to create one right now.
Perfection. Magnificent. Magnificent. Wunderbar. Wunderbar. C'est magnifique. No, what is that? Oh, it's fixed. Do not worry. But I don't want that crap there. Oh my god, it's even worse. But why? Why oh why? It's fucked. Still fucked. Well, I am removing them and creating them again. I do not understand. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. I don't think we're gonna meet the deadline. It does not look like it. We're close. Just not there yet. And another problem shows up. Extrude is not working. Or is it just that the edges are on top of each other? Might be. Jesus. Boundary is messing up. Why? Where do I get boundary? I must be getting the wrong thing. Mm. Of course I am. I'm doing it in the yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm doing it too soon here. Boundaries. I like this. What's playing right now? Oh, I was hoping it would fix it. Well, where am I clearing this, by the way? I'm not clearing it? Well, that explains a lot. I'm not clearing the boundary edges. You, sir, are a fool. You do not clear the boundary edges and then you ask why everything is wrong. You idiot. Huh. What about that, huh? What about that? Yeah, but now it's just capturing that one down there. Now it's in the wrong place. It was in the right place before. Um, yeah. 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 Really? Are you sure? Are we sure about that? No, it bevels that one because it's a copy. All right, that was a noob mistake. I that was a tired mistake. That's because I'm tired. I think I'm gonna get some sleep now and back later. I think. Just one thing. I'm wondering if I can add this here and have the proper edges when I'm updating the mesh. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. And can I do this? No, I can't. Oh, right. I can have the proper edges of the original geometry, not the rest of the geometry. It's gonna mess up. Yeah. So it's better to do that. Okay, and creases should work as well, right? Let me just. Yeah, creases are working as well. I didn't make the same mistake for creases.
And it's strange that the corners don't work as well as the sides there. These corners here. Why is that? Is because they're lacking geometry or something? Right, I should also have like the bottom in order to do what I'm trying to do. I should have the bottom edges in here or something. Before I go to bed, I'm curious. Oh. Let me do a somewhat complex shape like that. Jesus Christ, I can't capture that. How easy and cool is it to create complex curved geometry with this? Man, I guess it was worth every hour that I've spent on this. This is really cool, man. Of course, I know. There's other ways of achieving the same thing. I just like using Bezier curves, man. Coolio! Right, it's time for me to go to bed a little bit and I'll come back hopefully in the afternoon. Uh, we done quite a bit today. I think I'm just gonna stop fooling around and see what's wrong with this because I know there's some errors that I need to fix. In the meantime, what have we done today? I think the update function is fixed now, yeah. Let me save a new version. No, that's not really.
What else? That was it. Achieved quite a bit in 7 hours. If it wasn't for all the errors that popped up here and there and issues, it would be faster. More things would have been done, but anyway, it is what it is. I shall leave you until these probably this afternoon when I wake up. I'll just come back here and try to finish this. I'll see you when I see you. Thank you for watching. This one is going on YouTube.